area is Fredonia. Okay, so 6:04 is the approximate timing for you. So it is 5:45 right now. We have 20-minute heads up, but this storm is heading down your way. So if you live in Fredonia, want to make sure you are taking your tornado precautions right now with this storm. The Union Band Church, another landmark here, and then the Pontotoc area, a couple of wineries up here over the northern hill country. So if you have anybody that you know, any concerns up in this area, give them a call, let them know that this tornado warned storm and a big hail producing storm is heading towards them. Another big landmark here is 71. So here's the 71 corridor. Don't want anybody driving on 71 in the path of this storm. Another product that we can look at here is what we call the shear tracker. So I do want to zoom into this storm. I'm not picking up on any sort of heavy, significant shear, but anywhere where you see this little yellow shading, so on our scale, that's low end shear. And here's where it is located. That's going to be on the east side of Brady, just north of 71. Here's Voca, and again, Fredonia is closer to our area, which is on that northern border of Mason County. These are the areas that we want to take your tornado precautions, but we are picking up on a little bit of wind shear there. Let's see how that compares to our velocity. And that's the general area that we'll watch. Again, this is not, a velocity signature that is just jumps off the page at you and screams confirmed tornado. But here is generally where we are tracking it. Again, where you've got the big storm up here. Here's the hail core, which is south of Rochelle. Then we've got this little appendage that comes down. There's the hook. It's heading into Voca right now. And again, this is probably going to be just north of 71, but it's going to be very close to the 71 corridor where this possible tornado is located. So the Voca area, make sure you're taking your tornado precautions. That's north of our KVUE area, but I know some folks may be watching us there as well. Just to back out the view to show you where this thing is heading. Again, here's where it is. Catempsy, the storm is just north of you. Fredonia, the storm is just north of you, but especially in Fredonia, you can see this thing is lined up. It is lined up where the hook is going to come into Fredonia here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. That's kind of the biggest town I can tell you here in our KVUE area right now, tracking right along that 71 corridor. Now, outside of this, we like to do just kind of the big picture reset. What else is happening? In Austin, there is no stormy weather right now. Absolutely no stormy weather, nothing east of I-35. We have just these new storms which have blossomed over the hill country. Now, just as we finished our 5:30 show, we had a severe thunderstorm watch which was issued. And here's that. This does not include the I-35 corridor. So for the most part, it looks like most of the severe weather issues and the storm issues this evening will be in this pink shaded area. Burnett, Blanco, Llano, Mason, as we're dealing with right now, and Gillespie counties. This is a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 11 o'clock. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible for these storms to continue tracking through the hill country and eventually make it into the metro. It is just less likely. So for now, our main severe concern is not in Austin or the I-35 corridor. It's across the hill country. The updated storm outlook today, they actually decreased our storm risk to a level 1. You can see here far western Mason, level 2 there. So storms are kind of riding right on that edge of the level 2 and the level 1 risk. But generally, the storms that came through earlier today, they worked over our atmosphere. We're talking about just how nice and comfortable, honestly, it felt this morning. Temperatures were in the 60s. That was like the coolest weather that we have had in a couple of weeks. Now temperatures have been able to rebound. We have temperatures which are in the upper 80s and the 90s. Austin made it into the low 90s today. It's still sitting at 90. Out ahead of these severe and tornado warned storms across the hill country, temperatures are in the mid 80s. So after kind of a refreshing start, the atmosphere said, right, we're not done just yet. It's recharged. So we have warmth and humidity that these storms will be able to feed on as they roll into the hill country. So again, the tornado warning right now is northern Mason County, but the circulation is still just north of our area. So that's why we're doing kind of a big picture update right now. We're not super focused on the local. We're just going downstream right now. We're going to have to closely watch, though, these new storms developing over northern Llano County and into Burnett County. So that is kind of the big picture update for you guys. Now let's go back into our tornado warned storm. And this is it. The warning, as we mentioned, it goes until 6:15, and you saw here, this is where the tornado was confirmed. You see this little icon right here? So this was south of Fife, north of Brady, right at 283. That's where the National Weather Service said they had a confirmed report of a brief touchdown. Right now, this thing is radar indicated, heading towards Fredonia, but it has a history with it. You know, anytime a storm in the past, the same cell has been producing tornadoes, that means that, you know, theoretically it could be happening again. Let's zoom in on this storm report. Here it is a little bit bigger, and we'll see what exactly the report entailed. And here's what it was. So this was at 5:15. This was a while ago, but the same storm. Brief tornado touchdown at the cross-section of Highway 283 and County Road 312. That was at 5:15, reported by a trained storm spotter. So it looks like we do have some spotters who are out on the storm. They're communicating with the National Weather Service. So if we get another touchdown, hopefully we will hear from them. Hopefully it doesn't touch down, but if it does, I do think hopefully we will know about it via the National Weather Service in San Angelo. For now, though, we still have a radar-indicated tornado with the circulation coming into Voca now and heading towards Fredonia. Now, it's possible it could pass just north of Fredonia, back into the velocity. Okay, so here it is, and this is where the couplet's going to be. We're just comparing with our various radar sources here, but this is where the couplet's going to be, near the Voca area. So this is right on 71. And again, it's relatively broad. I'm not 100% saying there's slam dunk a tornado down right now, but this is a storm which is rotating, and it has a history of at times producing a brief tornado. It's near Voca right now. This thing is right over 71, as we told you, and it is heading to town in Fredonia. Catempsy, you are right on the edge of this warning. I think the tornado warned part of the storm is going to pass just to the north. Fredonia really is the main spot right now that we want to make sure people are aware of this and people are taking their tornado precautions. So again, right here where the reds and the greens come together, this is where there's a possible tornado. It's tracking close to the 71 corridor, and if you're in Fredonia, this could impact you especially. I want everybody in Fredonia to take your tornado precautions right now, but especially if you live on the north side of town. There's a possibility it goes kind of like that and passes just to the north, and then Pontotoc is going to be another area where we want you to take this storm seriously. Let's do another storm track on this thing now that we have a new scan with the velocity. Again, this thing's moving about 25, so we're going to do about like this. I'm not saying that the storm is going to make it that far. Again, this does go outside of the existing tornado warning, but these are the areas. So Fredonia, 602. That's what we said, you know, about 10, 15 minutes ago. Still on track for something between 6 o'clock and 6:05. So you've got a little bit more time, but we want you to take those tornado precautions right now. Another spot, the Union Band Church, Pontotoc, and the Pontotoc Winery. I know there's a bunch of wineries here in the Northern Hill Country. A lot of folks think just about Gillespie County, but here in the Northern Hill Country, there are wineries out here too. So any of these businesses or neighborhoods along 71 over far northern Mason County, and then even downstream, although you're not currently in this warning, a good idea to be watching this very closely into Llano County because that's where this storm is tracking if it continues. So Pontotoc 619, and then the Shiloh Church area, that's going to be about 650. That's a little bit farther down the line. So that is the situation with our tornado warned storm. What I want to do is I'm going to step away for a moment and check with the National Weather Service chat. Again, this is the National Weather Service in San Angelo. It is not the New Braunfels National Weather Service, which covers the Austin area. But I will check in with them. Again, the latest that we heard is there was confirmation. This was well north of Brady where this tornado did briefly touch down. So this is a storm. It has a history of producing a tornado, not recently, but within the past hour, it has at times produced a tornadic circulation. It is heading into Fredonia right now, so tornado precautions in the Fredonia area. And here's the latest from them. No current reports of a tornado on the ground. Again, radar indicated, but they are continuing this warning with the threat, by the way, still for 2.5-inch diameter hail into Mason County, which goes until 6:15. So another 20 minutes or so on this warning. Then they're also having some flooding issues up to the north of our area as well. So no further reports of this tornado touching down. It did earlier. It did a while ago. But as of now, this is a radar indicated tornado, which is heading right into the Fredonia area, especially on the north side of town. And if we get a downstream issue of this warning, then next up, this would go into Llano County. So if you live in Llano County, you don't need to go into the middle room just yet, but I want you to keep tabs on this with us, okay? And again, Mason, you're not included in this. It is far northern Mason County, heading into the Fredonia area. Here's the velocity, and I'll tell you, the couplet is tightening up a little bit. This is exactly where the couplet is. It's right along 71. Again, it's right here where the reds and greens come together. So it's right along 71 on the north side of Fredonia, where the storm is going to be tracking. So it's right on 71. So it's going to follow that into the north side of town. Then it's going to keep going. And next up, places like Pontotoc and the Pontotoc Winery and any of these businesses or neighborhoods on 71, we want you to be watching this very, very closely as we continue to monitor this area of circulation. We'll zoom in real tight and we'll see if any landmarks pop up. It is still just north of our KVUE area. Remember, Mason County, that is our northwesternmost county, so the circulation is still just up to our north, but it's getting closer and closer to us. Thankfully, we had some good lead time with this storm. It has been tornado warned for a while, and it also continues to produce big hail. I mean, look at that, man. They were saying hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter. I would say that could be even bigger. With the reds there, that is tennis ball size hail. So tornado precautions, and we want you to be aware there's a big hailstorm. So if you live in Fredonia, we don't want you out in the driveway trying to take care of the car right now. We want you to take your tornado precautions. But if you're out ahead of this, if you're in Pontotoc or if you're in northwestern Llano County, not a guarantee the storm goes all the way there, but probably a good idea if you've got the car and it's just out and you've got a carport or garage or someplace where you can get this more easily. I would protect your vehicles, protect your outdoor property, because in addition to the tornado threat, this thing has a really, really big hail core with it. And that is the deal with our storm. Some of the storm reports, I'm not seeing any hail reports coming out of it. The most recent report that we had, again, was when they confirmed briefly a brief touchdown of a tornado north of Brady. So it was the same cell, but now we have a radar indicated tornado, and hopefully this thing continues to stay just radar indicated. The rotation is still there. It's not a slam dunk that there's a tornado on the ground, but it's rotating enough that we certainly need to watch this thing, especially in Fredonia. Make sure you stay in your safe place here in Fredonia for the next 10-15 minutes with us, and then we'll be able to give you the all clear, and you'll be able to go on about the rest of your Friday. Now, we'll get back to that storm, but I do also want to touch on this cell, which is going up near the Tau area. So Lake Victor, here's Tau. This is Lake Buchanan, so on the north shore of Lake Buchanan. And the Tau area, this is a new storm developing just north of Llano. This one is not rotating, but I can tell just by looking at the reflectivity, this thing likely does have a hail threat with it. All right, so there's the hail tracker. A little bit of small hails, probably be under quarter size, just on the west side of Tau. And then over far north, right on the line there, near Cherokee, that's going to be a little bit of blue there, so that's when you start getting up close to a quarter or so, an inch or so in diameter. That'd be a quarter or larger there. So we'll watch that. It's a strong storm. It is not a severe storm right now. So that is our situation. We've got basically two storms that we're concerned with here in our KVUE area right now. The most urgent is this big hail-producing and possible tornado-producing storm heading into the Fredonia area. The warning goes until 6:15. Again, it only includes Mason County here in our area, so they will likely continue that. But if it gets issued downstream, the next up would be the Llano area. So I'm going to check in with the National Weather Service one more time and see if they have any other indications, any spotters or anything out here, any details with the storm that they are seeing. Latest reports, they've got hail reports coming in from this storm. A couple of these are 1.5 inches plus. I'm seeing a couple of thunderstorm wind damage reports, but no reports of a confirmed tornado. Good news. Now we'll also check in with the National Weather Service in Austin, because again, once this passes from Mason into Llano County, well, then it is in the National Weather Service Austin service area. They have not given an indication of what their thoughts are on this storm just yet. So again, Mason County, that is the bottom line right now. We want you to continue to take your tornado precautions. If you live in Mason County, especially if you live near Fredonia, or if you live near the Pontotoc area. For this tornado warned storm, it in the past has produced a tornado. Right now it is still radar indicated, but you can see this has a huge hail core. Anytime you start getting into the blacks like that, that is really big hail potential. and it also has an area of rotation which is heading into Fredonia. So here's the deal with the velocity right now. The hook is just about here. Okay, so we've got this broad area of rotation. It's doing about like that. So the broad area of the storm is certainly rotating. And then right here, right in there is where we've got a little bit of a couplet there where this thing is rotating a little bit more intensely. And if there's a tornado down, which is not a guarantee, but if there's one down, I think it would be just on the north side of Fredonia right now. Yep, so that is the area right in here that we are watching. North side of Fredonia, and then heading along or just north of 71 into the Pontotoc area. And then, by the way, you also see some blues up here, so some straight line winds that could be 50 to 60 miles per hour are also possible as a result of this storm. So we've got straight line wind, tornado threat, and also the threat for large, if not destructive, hail with this storm. I mean, look at that hail core, which is, again, impacting some of these same areas along the 71 corridor and into Fredonia. As we come up on 6 o'clock, so we are now into what would normally be our newscast at 6 o'clock. Let's do kind of a big picture reset for you guys. If you live in Austin right now, there is absolutely no stormy weather happening. There's no stormy weather happening east of I-35, but we do have a cluster of strong to severe storms over the hill country. And it is going to be the hill country which has the main risk for severe weather this evening. I do not think that this is going to be like what we had this morning, where you get widespread storms, everybody gets rain. I do not expect that, but I do expect some scattered storms like this across the hill country, and that's why about 30 minutes ago, we got a severe thunderstorm watch. This does not include the Metro or the I-35 corridor. This includes Burnett, Blanco, Llano, Gillespie, and Mason County, and it goes until 11 o'clock. So in this area, that is where the severe threat is going to be the highest. Mainly, it's a hail threat. That's the biggest concern. Wind threat still there, and then clearly, as you can see, the threat for a tornado is also going to be there. It was not our main concern going into this evening. We really were wondering if the atmosphere was going to be able to recover. Clearly, it has, as we have this severe warning storm with a tornado warning heading into northern Mason County and Fredonia. So another product I want to show you guys is our shear tracker. And I'm just not picking up on heavy wind shear right now. Let's hear what we can do. I'm going to turn off the shading of the warning. So you see the scale up here. If you start getting a little bit of light yellow there, which is what we have north of Fredonia, I think this is where, if a tornado was, this is where it would be, just on the north side of Fredonia. If you start getting up into these oranges, reds, and purples and maroons and stuff like that, that would be a much stronger indication that we have a tornado down. But we'll just kind of zoom in on this and let you know where exactly this is. Just on the north side of Fredonia, just on the east side of the 71 corridor. Yep, so that's going to be it. Here is Voca. Looks like we have a little reservoir right there. And 71 goes down to Fredonia. And the area of the storm that is rotating is right here, this little blippy yellow. That's the spot that we are watching, which is just north of Fredonia. So the tornado warning is for northern Mason County, but really the brunt of this storm is still just north of our KVUE area. But we do want to keep you posted on it, again, because it has prompted a tornado warning. And as I say that, there's now a new flash flood warning for this storm. This thing has been putting down a ton of rain, too. So look at our radar estimated totals. Now, this is not all rain that has just happened in the past hour or so. A lot of this rain is stuff that happened from the morning round of storms. But here over northern Mason County, then you go up here into San Saba and Brady. There's been 1 to 3 inches of rain, maybe even some 3 to 4 inch type totals there over northern Llano County. Now, good and bad news here. Again, this is a severe storm. We don't want the severe issues, but this rain up here, you know where that goes? It's going to funnel into the Colorado River, and it's going to go down into Lake Buchanan. So we want continued help with our lake levels. We just don't want it at the expense of any sort of issues with bad severe weather, which is what we are having right now. Again, nothing happening in Austin. It is just our Mason County storm right now, and this thing is producing a lot of lightning as well. That's another indicator of the strength of the storm, obviously, how much lightning it is producing. So look at the lightning counter here. We've got 317 lightning strikes. Okay, so now we're getting some movement on this warning. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out from Mason County. And what I bet you see here in the next minute or two is they extend this also into Llano County. So Mason County is NWS San Angelo. Llano is NWS Austin, San Antonio. So they're kind of communicating between National Weather Service offices right now. Based on what I am seeing, and we'll check in with the velocity, this storm is broadly rotating, okay? There's no doubt about that. I don't see an imminent concern for a tornado on the ground. I do want you to continue your tornado precautions in Fredonia, but I do think this is more of a hail threat than a tornado threat as this moves from Mason County eventually into Llano County. Again, I do want you to continue your tornado precautions. The tornado warning continues for another 10 minutes or so, but as of now, the main concern with this storm is the hail threat, and that's why they are starting to extend the severe thunderstorm warning outside of where the tornado warning is issued. So let's see what they're saying with the size of the hail here. Yep, they went destructive. So I think this is what we're going to move to. Severe thunderstorm warning with the destructive tag. That would be hail likely up to baseball size. And then the threat tag, tornado possible. Again, could this thing produce a tornado? Could it tighten up and briefly produce a tornado? I do think that's possible. I do not think that it's producing a tornado right now. It has a history of producing one up north of Brady, so you have to respect that when a storm has put down a tornado. Could do it again. But as of now, this is mainly a hail threat coming in. So let me see what the latest hail size is. And 3-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. 3-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust heading into Mason County. And if this thing holds together, it could be a Llano County storm. And it does look like this thing will hold together, perhaps an impact western portions of Llano County. So let's back out again and do kind of a broad overview. Again, I know we're in newscast time now, and folks probably want just kind of the bigger picture forecast. We're not forgetting about you in Mason County. Continue to take your tornado precautions in the Fredonia area. But in Austin right now, it is sunny and it is nice. I mean, that's what it looks like in Austin right now. Temperature is about 90 degrees, and the chance of seeing severe weather in the Austin area, it's not impossible, but it's a much lower severe weather risk in the Metro and I-35 corridor. The severe thunderstorm watch is, it's not shaded here, but Mason, Llano, Burnett, Blanco, Gillespie counties, large hail, strong winds, isolated tornado, possible between now and about 11 o'clock or so. Now, the models continue to really struggle, as they have been over the past couple of days, with the exact placement of storms. But here's our latest storm outlook, where there's the level 1 for our entire KVUE area, then the level 2, which goes back to our west. So they downgraded much of our area. We did have the level 2 for much of the hill country. They downgraded it to a level 1. This is my latest thinking on storm coverage through this evening. In this darker green here, that's where there's a higher storm chance. That's where it's about a 30 to 40% shot. So clearly we have that moving into Mason, Llano, parts of Burnett County, Gillespie County, northern Blanco County. I want you to watch these. Even into parts of northwest Travis and northern Williamson, that's the favored zone for storms through the rest of this evening. Now, you get down into this lighter green from San Marcos and Aluling and Bastrop. I can't completely rule out a storm, but it's a much lower chance. It is about a 20% chance for storms tonight. So not everybody is going to see stormy weather. In fact, most will not. But where storms are able to develop, they could certainly be strong to severe, as we're seeing in the hill country right now. So that is the deal right now. In addition to the severe warned storm, there's also a strong storm that we'll have to watch carefully over the far northern parts of Llano County. This is near Tao. This is producing some hail, which right now is below severe limits, but heavy rain and some small hail north of Stoles, near Tao, and near the far northern edge of Lake Buchanan. Okay, let me get you a view back on the tornado warned storm, and then we will check in with the National Weather Service again. It is 6:09. There's huge hail coming into Fredonia right now, and it is heading towards Pontotoc. But the tornado threat as of now is looking a little bit lower. We're just not seeing the same tight rotation that we had with this storm earlier. There's still a tornado warning. We're just not seeing the same intense rotation as what this storm had earlier, especially when it was north of Brady. Again, this storm does have a history of producing a confirmed tornado. This thing produced a brief tornado north of Brady. It just has not done so here in our area. Just seeing some more storm reports coming in with the hail from north of Mason County. And then they issued that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 3-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. but still no reports of a tornado via the National Weather Service in San Angelo. So I would expect that we'll kind of ride this thing out for another 5 minutes or so, and then they will allow this warning to expire, and they will replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning with the tag tornado possible. That is, I think, the most likely outcome here. So that's the situation. We continue to just kind of check in with it. You guys know we respect these storms, especially when they have a history of producing tornadoes. So there's still a little bit of a couplet here. And now where this is going to be located, so it's going to be right in here. We'll start on the reflectivity. So you see where you got this little hook in here. So here's the big hail core, which is over Fredonia. And you've got a little notch right here, and this is where the storm is rotating. And that's also where you're going to see a little bit of that rotation here on our velocity. So it's going to be right over there. The shear tracker, you can see it still is picking up on a little bit of shear with this storm. It's just, we've got this light yellow here. If we start getting, oranges and reds and stuff, that's when you have bigger problems. But for now, this is kind of a lower end tornado threat and more of a situation where we've got strong straight line winds and hail, and then maybe briefly there could be a tornado in here at times. So that is the situation right now. Fredonia, continue your tornado precautions for another 10 minutes or so. Along the 71 corridor, we do not want folks driving right now for a multitude of reasons, because of the tornado threat and because of the massive hail which is falling with this storm. Look at this. I'm going to stop this. The system is estimating grapefruit-size hail. Grapefruit-size hail in Fredonia. And if this holds together, there could be grapefruit-size hail that makes it into parts of Llano County down the line. We have not done a storm track in a while, so I do want to give you the latest storm track. And what we'll do, we're going to do it based on the hail core, so you get a broader section of this storm and not just the part of the storm that is potentially producing a tornado. So it's going to include that part of the storm, but this is also going to include areas with the hail risk. So let's do it about like that. So this is going to catch Llano. Llano, you're not currently included in any warnings, but I just wanted to include you in this as the storm down the line could impact you. Pontotoc, 6:15 coming in now. Castell, another town where we got a lot of folks who watch us, that's going to be 6:46. And then Llano, 7:08, maybe even a little bit earlier than that. So here in the next 45 minutes to an hour, Llano, this storm, if it holds together, could be a problem for you. I think Castell is probably a little bit more directly in the path of this storm based on its southeast motion. But anywhere in Llano County from town back west to the Mason County line, Highway 29 corridor, 71 corridor from Pontotoc up to Fredonia is the spot where the storm is impacting these locations. So that is the deal. We'll go back in and assess our storm. Again, there's a little bit of a hook here. This is just mainly a big hailstorm heading into Pontotoc right now. Anytime you've got the blacks right here, so again, the way this works, yellows, reds, we're getting into really heavy rain. Pinks, you start to get a little bit of hail. Black is like the top of the scale. This is very large, destructive hail with this storm, which is soon going to pass into northeastern Mason County near Pontotoc, and down the line, this storm could certainly be a Llano County issue based on its current trajectory. Why was this storm tornado warned? Well, let me show you the storm reports here. This did produce a confirmed tornado. It was up here. It was north of Brady, but this thing did produce a confirmed tornado that spotters were able to see. So here's the details on that. A brief tornado touched down at the cross section of Highway 283 and County Road 312. That was at 5:15 though, so that was an hour ago. We have not had any reports of a tornado since then, and it was reported by a trained storm spotter. Since then, what we have had are hail and wind reports with this storm, which again is, we're watching this in real time with it. That is why I think the main concern is large hail first, and then strong winds that could be up to 70 miles per hour. Here's a wind report that was sent in. Train spotter reported 65 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts that were fairly steady in this storm. That was County Road 216, just south of County Road 218. So all of these reports have been with this storm as it was north of our KVUE area, but it has not weakened. This thing is still producing the same type of deal. Very strong winds, 65 to 70, and very large hail. This is the hail history with it. I mean, doesn't get much more steady than that. This thing went up north of Brady, started producing destructive hail. And if anything, it's just intensified. It's been producing destructive hail the whole time. And you can see where that's heading. Next up, that thing is heading down towards the Castell area and parts of far northeastern Mason County. I do think that the worst of this hail may miss town in Mason, though, which is good. Okay, so they have allowed the tornado warning to expire, as we thought. So what we can do here for folks back in the control room, we'll go to break and then we will pick up with our full newscast. So severe storm, very large hail heading into the northern hill country. We'll have more news and more weather for you coming up after this break. We'll be right back. Hello everybody, Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We are hopping onto the KVUE Plus stream. We will do some live coverage for you guys. I also am real quickly going to record a video to go out on social media, so you guys are going to see a little bit of the behind the scenes here. I'm going to record and count down and record this real quick, then we'll do a live update following that. So stand by. A good Friday evening to everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. The quick update on our forecast. We've been tracking severe storms over the hill country through this evening, and now some of these starting to get a little bit closer to the I-35 corridor. So here's what the radar looks like right now as of 7:23 on this Friday evening. You can see that it is still quiet for the I-35 corridor and points east, but these are the storms that have at times been producing very large hail, up to 2 inches or more in diameter, and there was at one point a tornado warning for far northern Mason County. Now these storms, they've come down in intensity a little bit, but still in some spots they're severe, and they have issued a strong storm advisory that goes as far as northwestern Travis into northern Blanco and into northern Gillespie County. In addition to this, we do have a SPC discussion, which is actually highlighting areas a little farther to the east, and that includes Travis County, even down into parts of Hayes County. So the main severe thunderstorm watch, it goes until 11 o'clock, and it just includes the hill country. But these storms, they've still got some juice to them, so it is possible these storms could move into parts of the metro, including the Austin area and including Hayes County, especially over the next couple of hours. So we will watch that closely. Large hail potential, strong wind potential, an isolated tornado can't be ruled out. And as these storms continue to evolve, I also see the threat for some localized flooding, especially given how saturated the ground already is from the storms that we had earlier this morning. So we'll be watching things very closely for you. We'll have updates through the evening on KVUE Plus and our full newscast coming up tonight at 10 o'clock. We'll see you then. All right, that was our recording. I'm going to get that posted real quick, and then I'll be back on our live stream here momentarily. All right, hello everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We are continuing to watch storms that at times have been severe across the hill country. In fact, we have a new severe warning which is coming out soon for parts of southern Burnett County. You'll see that on the map behind me here momentarily. These storms, they have been entirely across the hill country. There was a tornado warning earlier that was for Mason County. No reports of a tornado in our area, but these things have been producing at times very large hail. And that risk for hail, strong winds, even an isolated tornado is going to continue, especially west of I-35 into this evening. And in addition to the severe risk, I think there could also be some localized flooding, especially over parts of Llano and Burnett County ongoing. We'll have to watch as some of this moves into northern Blanco County as well, because remember, we had that big line of storms move through this morning, so the ground is already very saturated. Now, we need rain. Okay, nice to have a little bit more rain on the final day of our, on average, wettest month of the year. Hey, and there is our new warning that I told you guys about. But again, at times it could be a little bit too much rain with the risk for localized flooding. So here is the updated warning, and this one does include parts of far northwestern Travis County. Right now, the storm is moving into the Horseshoe Bay area. Warning goes for Blanco, Burnett, Llano, parts of Travis until 8:30. Let's read the text of this warning. A severe thunderstorm was located over Horseshoe Bay or 7 miles south of Kingsland, moving southeast at 20. Hazard 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail possible. So this is not the same destructive type hail that we had with some storms earlier, especially around the Buchanan Dam area. But these storms, they are certainly still packing a punch, and that is heading into Horseshoe Bay right now. One of our radars is down, thankfully not the one which is north. Let's focus in on the hail threat for Horseshoe Bay. And here's the hail core, which is coming right into town. Man, it is Granite Shoals over Lake LBJ and heading into Horseshoe Bay. Marble Falls, you're included in this as well, so you'll have to watch it. It's possible that Marble Falls, the center of town, could stay just on the east side of this thing, but it's going to be close. I would take hail precautions right now there. You start getting blues, that's going to be quarter size or higher. So our system is estimating that max hail intensity would be golf ball right now. Golf ball size hail with the biggest hail basically right over Lake LBJ right now. But Horseshoe Bay and Granite Shoals, this is going to be a hailstorm impacting you. The power plant there in town, Horseshoe Bay Boulevard, Cottonwood Shores, any of these areas right in town for Horseshoe Bay and especially Granite Shoals, you have a hailstorm over you. This is moving southeast. Let's see the approximate speed on this. We'll do a storm track. So they're saying southeast at 20. So let's do it here. Instead of a cone, we're going to do a squall like this. So not everybody is going to get hail that is listed here, but you are likely at some point to be impacted by the storm, at least most of these spots. So Meadow Lakes, 733. That is coming in now. Good friends at Meadow Lakes, we were there for the eclipse a while ago. 746, Round Mountain, Cypress Mill, 8 p.m. 817 for Hamilton Pool. So these are the areas that are out ahead of this storm. Now, in addition to the hail threat, I do want to show you guys, we have a number of flood advisories, mainly for Llano County. Anyways, we have a flood advisory for parts of Llano County because look at the updated rainfall totals here. I'm actually going to turn off the LCRA sensors. Okay, so this is the past 12 hours. Let's do the past 24 hours because that's going to factor in the rain from last night, which, you know, the ground is still saturated in many spots. That's why I do think there could be some minor flooding, but hey, we don't want flooding. Hey, but if we can get some of this rain flowing into Lake Buchanan, which is what's going to be happening with rain right over the lake and then in the hills surrounding, Lake Buchanan has already had a really good month of May, and I think some more rises on the way. But look at this, radar estimates here, 4.5, 4.3, 3.5. I mean, just a lot of rain. And then as you back out the view, some more totals that are 3 to 5 inches in and around the Llano area. So good rain that we need, but there could be some minor flooding there. And I think the flooding risk is going to continue as we go into this evening. Now, let me show you the watch situation. There is a severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock. And for now, it includes only Burnett, Blanco, Llano, Mason, and Gillespie counties. It is possible that they could add Travis or Hayes to that. We did get a updated discussion from the Storm Prediction Center where they are highlighting even parts of southern Williamson County into Travis, into Hayes, even into Caldwell County, where in this kind of red circled area that severe risk is going to continue. In addition to the flood risk. Our storm outlook, level 1 for most of our area, and the flood outlook, oh, well, hey, this is live broadcasting for you. We literally just this moment, got a new update to our convective outlook. So here it is, the level 2, this makes sense, right, now has been stretched and goes into Austin now. Main threat's going to be hail. Let's see what they did with that. Yeah, elevated hail risk, especially along and west of I-35. Wind risk is there. They have not put a tornado risk. So mainly it is the hail threat now with this new convective outlook, which has the level 2 risk, which goes into Austin. And we have now just the one severe warning with this storm near Marble Falls and Horseshoe Bay and Round Mountain. This storm is producing some hail and maybe some strong winds. It is again heading towards Round Mountain, Hamilton Pool if it holds together, and northern Blanco County with hail potential there. Hail course come down a little bit. I hope that continues. Marble Falls has had quite the year with hail producing storms. We know that. But still Granite Shoals, Marble Falls, Horseshoe Bay. Just a heads up. We have a hail-producing storm, could be at least quarter-size hail, which has developed. Outside of that, some heavy rain, some lightning, and maybe some gusty winds. Okay, so that is an update for now. I'm going to get you back to just the regular radar loop, and I'll post some more updates on social media. You guys have a good evening. We will hop back on here as needed through the rest of the night. All right. Hello, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. Time is 8:40 right now. Going to hop on here and do a little weather coverage with you guys. Our storms, good news, are below severe limits now, but they are still strong and they have held together. We didn't know if this would be the case, but they have held together and they are now moving into parts of western Travis County and also parts of western Hays County. And even though they are not severe, they are still producing some small hail and some gusty winds and then some heavy rain and some lightning. And speaking of that lightning, the shot above me is our Oasis cam over Lake Travis, where we now have some more rain and stormy weather coming into northwest Travis County. So let's go in and inspect what is happening. We will start here. This is the strongest part of the storm, which is over Hays County. It is heading into Dripping Springs. So this is some heavy rain. Let me turn on the lightning for you. Decent bit of lightning in this storm, and there is a little hail core here. This hail core is going to pass into or just north of Dripping Springs. As I said, there is no severe warning with it, but I do think there could be some hail getting close to quarter size with this storm. Our system is estimating about walnut size hail. So again, this is going to pass close to, if not just north of Dripping Springs. This is not, super damaging hail or anything like that, but it is a little hail there. Next, this is going to head towards places like Fitzhugh. So if you live in Fitzhugh, you are in the path of this hail core. And again, Dripping Springs, close to you, especially on the north side of the metro. Check out that lightning going on at our Oasis cam. And that is a good segue as we head into northwest Travis, where I'm not really seeing much, if any, hail potential here, but we do have some lightning and some thunder rolling in now. And we've been saying it all month long, but rain over northwest Travis County, we will take that. Finally, we've gotten some, Lake Buchanan has had just all sorts of rise over the past 30 days or so. Finally, from storms this morning, and now it continues to move through this evening. We're getting some rain into places that feed into Lake Travis, which we do need. Laga Vista right now, you've got this cell, which is right over you, and Jonestown, so far northwest Travis. Again, this is not severe. It's not, overwhelmingly intense, but you do have this cell, which is over you. Let's take a live view. Check that out. Hey, so I need to stand up and take a look at that. Yeah, we've got a shelf cloud, which is rolling in over Lake Travis, and we also have a shot of this from our tower cam. Let's do double sky cam shot here. So I will do cam 20 here into router 2, and check that out. So there's our tower cam. That's the shelf cloud. So that's the gust front coming in with these storms. As I mentioned, they are under severe limits, but they're strong. I do think some winds up to about 40 are possible. And in pockets, especially over northern Hays County, there could be some hail up close to quarter size. Probably a little under that, but close to that. I apologize. Just keeping an eye, of course, on our National Weather Service chat, making sure not missing anything here. So with these storms not being severe, what they have done is we have a storm advisory. The storms over Travis, not quite as intense, but the storm near Dripping Springs and Hays County, it is a strong one. Again, I do see hail potential near Dripping Springs, especially just north of town. And there also could be some winds in here. Let's see what the velocities are doing. Nothing overwhelmingly intense. Some 40-mile-per-hour wind gust, I would say, are certainly fair game in here. And those winds are going to be where you get into these brighter colors in this general zone here, Dripping Springs, down towards the Wimberley area. We do have some strong winds in there. Not crazy strong, but 30 to 40 mile per hour type winds in this storm. You can see a little, there's another little gust front right here. This is the rain-cooled air. So you see this line right here? Just like that. That's going to be moving into Wimberley, so you're going to get some strong winds there on the leading edge. And then the hail tracker is showing the hail potential, which is basically right over Dripping Springs right now. So anywhere right in town, there along 290, in Dripping Springs, hopefully you've got the car in the garage. This is not like, crazy damaging hail or anything like that, but it is some hail that could be, up to, say, nickel size, maybe a little bit bigger than that, which is coming into Dripping Springs. So here is our Oasis cam. Here is our tower cam. We've got just kind of some scenic views. Look at that lightning. Wow, did you see that cloud to ground lightning strike right there from our tower cam? Let's kind of pan around. So this is the storm rolling into the northwest side of the metro. Again, the storms, that's cool. As you pan over here to the right and you look east, you're getting a little bit of clear sky. So there's, you start to get into downtown. And then as you pan back to the left, you get into the storm. The storms over Travis are less intense than the storms over northern Hayes. It's a cool little lowering. Again, we're not looking at like a tornado threat or anything like that, but a cool little lowering there. We had a nice little shelf cloud. Okay, so that is looking back to the northwest. We're going to get cut off here, but we're going to sweep down the other way. All right, so now we're going to be, there's lightning. There's downtown, so this is looking southeast. God, and that's as far as we can go. So this is the angle that's very hard to get. Southwest is not really possible to view from this particular tower cam. Here, let's go back to get you back into the radar so you can see what's going on as I kind of position some of these sky cams. Here, what we can do is actually this. There we go. That way we can keep track of what's going on in the sky cams too as I talk you through this. Most intense storm is over Dripping Springs, but also some rain and some stormy weather into the west and northwest side of Travis County. But Dripping Springs, you are getting the brunt of it right now with a strong but not severe storm. I've got the YouTube pulled up. I see we've got 188 people watching. Hello. We do not have the comments on YouTube. I can pull up the Facebook comments though. And if you're watching on YouTube or KVUE Plus or any of our other platforms, you can send me a message or a post on X. Hunt_WX is my handle there, and I will try to answer that for you. I'm going to pull up the Facebook right now. That way we can see any reports. And man, we had some beautiful mammatus clouds earlier today, and also some big hail reports across the hill country. Okay, Andrea, I've got the Facebook pulled up now, says, what has to be going on to consider it severe? Great question. The official criteria are either 58 mile per hour winds or stronger, or quarter size hail. That is the official criteria for a storm to be severe. So NWS, they're watching it, and right now I think the winds are under 58. I would say they're like 30 to 40, and the hail is just barely under quarter size. But there is some hail potential. Folks are asking about Round Rock. No hail threat to Round Rock right now. Dripping Springs is where the main hail is. And it's not terribly large. Again, I would say it's probably like nickel size type hail heading into Dripping Springs right now. Okay. So here's what I initially wanted to do. Let's do cam 22. Okay, so here's downtown, and this one is going to give us a little bit more mobility. So let's do, there's cam 22. We will start panning things back around. So we're looking over the Capitol building and the 40 acres. Now we're going to get blocked by a big skyscraper. And this is, so now we're starting to look back southwest. So we're getting dark and we've got a million tall buildings in the way, but we're going to start to get a vantage point of this. Yeah, so that's it right there. So we're looking south down Congress, and then this is more southwest. So you're seeing some of that lightning off in the distance. Again, we are looking back towards the storm, which is over northern Hayes County, which is producing some hail, nickel to quarter size on the large end, coming into Dripping Springs right now. If anybody is If anybody's watching with us in Dripping Springs and you could safely give us reports, we would appreciate it. Again, please don't roll out into a hailstorm and get plunked in the head. I don't want that. But if you could safely send us a report, we would appreciate that. Checking in with the National Weather Service. Let's see if they've got any further updates. Checking in on X for any of the latest reports. All right. Yep. So that's the situation. We'll put our Cam 23 back up here. We just don't have a great vantage point. Check out that lightning. We don't have a great vantage point into this Hays County storm. But we can see it on the radar. You can see that little hail core, which is it's right on 290 and it's right over town for Dripping Springs. So Dripping Springs High School, Dripping Springs Middle School. Here's 290. Heading right into town with the intersection of Ranch Road 12. This is where the HEB is, the Whataburger, the Dripping Springs Sports and Recreation Park. All of those landmarks getting a little bit of hail right now. Looks like we just got a new strong storm advisory. Let's check that out. Okay. These get a little bit messy, I know, but this is just the new strong storm advisory, which is a step below the severe thunderstorm warning. And what it means is that there could be winds of, say, 40 miles per hour or so and some small hail. These are moving east at about 25. Let's do a storm track on this. So not everyone here is going to get a strong storm, but this is just kind of a rough. Bear with me. Actually that is an accurate time. I'm going to rephrase this though. We're going to do it based on speed and distance instead of this. Cool. So we'll go back to that and we'll redraw our storm track going about 25 miles per hour. So here's a look at some of the approximate timings. Again, give or take a little bit. It's not going to be exact, but the approximate timings. It's going to take it into Driftwood here very soon. Cedar Park, you're kind of on the far northern edge of things, but getting grazed closer to about 9 o'clock. Oak Hill, 9:07. Barton Creek Square, 9:14. The Domain, about 9:20. Austin, in the central part of the city, closer to 9:23. Kyle, 9:32. The airport, 9:39. Austin Executive Airport, 9:45. And Circuit of the Americas, right around 9:47. Again, outside of the hail core, which is over Dripping Springs, and some gusty winds, I think really the thing that most people are noticing about these storms is the lightning. These aren't produced, they're not terribly strong. It's not like a crazy amount of lightning. We're getting 52 lightning strikes here over the last 30 minutes or so. And we'll continue to watch the winds. This is where I'm seeing the strongest wind potential. I've been working on this product, the wind tracker. I'm not really even seeing any velocities that are over 40 miles per hour, but we do have some which are in like the 30 mile an hour range. Yeah, so 30, 36, so some 35, 40 type mile per hour wind gusts there, and then the hail threat, the small hail threat, which is right over Dripping Springs. If anybody is in Dripping Springs and you have some reports, I'd imagine it's not big, it's not damaging hail, probably not the end of the world if your car is out in this. Although, I know we don't like to chance it, but probably not the end of the world. This is not like destructive hail. So if you have any reports, please send those my way. I'm watching the Facebook chat as well as the Twitter comments. So if anybody has questions, fire away, or reports. Wanted to show you guys a video, some of the mammatus clouds that we got earlier, so let me show you this. Here, we'll put this in router 2. So here it is. This was the Pflugerville area. How beautiful are these mammatus clouds? So we get these on the underside of the thunderstorm anvil, right? So you've got all this rising air with the storms. What goes up must come down. So on the bottom side of this thunderstorm anvil, you get these little pockets of sinking air, and that's what gives you these little downward reaching bubbles. Of all the places I've lived here in Central Texas, we see more mammatus than any other place I've been, but it never gets old. Just looks super cool there. So that was the Pflugerville area, but we had those all over Central Texas. So we've gotten a little split here where, again, there's some rain over northwest Travis, but this southern cell has become dominant, and this one is heading towards like Buda, heading towards Kyle, and then like southern Travis. You know, so it does look like maybe to like Mustang Ridge, Oak Hill, places like that. It looks like the biggest part of the storm is going to stay just south of the central Austin metro. But, you know, southern Travis and Hayes County, Buda, Kyle. Wimberley's got the gust front coming through right now, but it may be that the meat of this storm stays just north of Wimberley, but it's right over Dripping Springs right now. Speaking of, that just reminded me, these storms are also putting down quite a bit of rain. I mean, look at this. These are the LCRA totals over the past 24 hours. I mean, just a ton of rain. We do have some flood advisories. Here is one of them, which includes the Marble Falls area, parts of Burnett County, parts of southern Llano County, and then far northern Blanco County. And then another one up here in Llano County. The rain has ended for this area, so water situation probably going down. And hey, it is good to get some of this rain that's going to go into Lake Buchanan and also into Lake Travis for parts of Llano and Burnett County. But there could be some low water crossings and stuff like that, which is a little bit problematic there. But this storm is it's strong, yep, for sure. Just watching it, not seeing any rotation. Wind tracker, again, I'm not really seeing that many velocities that are over 40 miles per hour. Folks earlier were asking what makes the storm severe? This does. 58 mile per hour winds or stronger. 70 would be like considerable. 80 plus would be destructive. And then if you get 100 plus mile per hour winds, obviously that's a really big deal. And then for a storm to be severe hail-wise, it needs hail quarter size or larger. And I think this hail, which is over Dripping Springs, is a little bit under that. We'll zoom in on it, and we can just estimate with our system here. We're getting walnut size hail. Yes, so nickel to walnut size hail possible in this storm. Any other questions? I think what we might do, I will press pause here for a second. We'll get you back to just the radar loop, and I'll kind of regroup, get ready for our newscast coming up at 10 o'clock. About an hour from now, of course, we'll have all the details on the forecast. The stuff which is coming into Travis County is not severe. The stuff over Hayes County is strong, but not severe, but a little bit more intense for Hayes County. So heading towards Kyle and Buda, even like Mustang Ridge, southern Travis County, expect possibility of a little bit of hail, possibility of some wind gusts up to about 40 miles per hour, and some heavier rain in there as well. And then there's a gust front as well, which reaches down to Wimberley. This, we've talked about this many times over the past couple of days. But you see this line right here? Yep, that's the gust front. So that is the rain-cooled air, which is pushed out from underneath these storms. And by the way, just wanted to show you our updated day one storm outlook. They expanded the level 2 risk, and this makes sense, right? They expanded that into basically right up to the I-35 corridor. So I think the idea is that, these things are still going to continue for a little while longer, another, hour or two, maybe 3 hours. But as these move east of I-35, they get into an area that's a little bit less favorable, where the atmosphere is still a little bit more worked over from the rain and storms that we had early this morning. And also, as we get further into the evening, we're just going to start to lose some of that daytime heating that allowed these storms to pop up in the first place, as we have a little front coming in. So they fired up along that boundary, but the atmosphere was able to warm up and destabilize again after we had the storms that moved through this morning. There is a severe thunderstorm watch, which continues for the hill country until 11 o'clock. But again, now the risk is kind of moving into the metro, and they've elected not to extend that any farther into Travis or Williamson. They were thinking about it for a while, but for now they have not. Also, just want to keep an eye on our lake levels. Lake Buchanan up to 72%. Lake Travis up to 41%. I think we'll get some additional rise here over the next couple of days as that water, which has fallen in the past couple of rounds of storms, works its way through the system. This storm producing rain over Hayes County is not going to help our lake levels, but some of these groundwater supply, aquifer levels, drought issues. So we're happy to have rain for sure. Just going through all of our products here. Cool. So that will do it for now. I will let you guys go. Strong storm near Dripping Springs. It is heading towards Buda and Kyle. If we have anything that changes, we will let you guys know. I will leave you on the radar stream here with just the radar loop, but no audio. And then our full newscast is coming up tonight on KVUE at 10 o'clock. We will see you then. Have